No, that's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll welcome you all to the Strategic Planning Committee for the 11th of August. Open the meeting at 2 p.m. I don't have any formal apologies, but I'll just note the apologies of the community board members, Nicola Namo from Temuka, Kale Toomey from Pleasant Point, and Jan Finlayson from Geraldine. Are there any items of urgent business? I haven't been made aware of any items of minor nature. No, that's good. Any conflicts of interest? No, okay, so we'll move on to report 5.1, which is the confirmation of the minutes. Are there any matters arising, omissions, corrections from anyone? No, if not, could I have somebody please move that they're true and correct record? Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seconded, Councillor Scott. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Next we have report 6.1, which is the Actions Register update. And we just have the one action on the register, which is the capital delivery and project timing analysis with an update saying that work has started and we can expect that in the September meeting. Are there any questions? Councillor Piddington.
Can we just confirm it is coming? Because what happens is we get to September and then we hear it's December.
Yes, it's coming.
Thank you. Would you then like to move the recommendation that we receive a note? The updates to the Action Register, Councillor Piddington, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Scott, thank you very much. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried, thank you. Okay, moving on to the business of the meeting, we have a report 6.2. This is South Canterbury's contribution to the New Zealand economy. The purpose of this report is to present to our committee the report that's been prepared by Benji Patterson, and we have Mr Davenport from VT presenting this report. Thank you. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pye. Good afternoon, everyone. Through the Chair, Susie and I put the report or the covering memo. Susie's ill today, and I was coming along to talk to my part of it anyway. So I'll take the report as read. Just a couple of comments to make. This report, as mentioned, has been commissioned by ourselves at VT and Council. It's an update of a report that Benji has done for us on a couple of occasions. Given the current environment, moving into an election year, it was important that we had some updated data in front of us. So a couple of points to make with the report. It's going to be a living document. It'll be updated regularly as our evidence base and advocacy priorities evolve. So it's definitely not a one-off snapshot. What it does give us, though, is that we all collectively constantly position South Canterbury's national significance anecdotally and instinctively. So this report gives us evidence to make that case with even more authority. You know, off the cornerstone of 3.8 billion in food and fibre exports, 16% of the national... No, you're okay. I'll remember. 16% of national generation capacity, 5.1% of that state highway network carried on just 0.7% of the roading investment. So these are numbers government and also investors can rely on, not claims they have to take on faith. So in essence, when the government themselves apply its own priorities across their policy statements on growth, productivity and freight resilience, etc., South Canterbury's case already stacks up. The aim is to get this evidence and supporting info sitting in front of those people making those calls, as well as a backbone to some of the conversations we're having with investors. So off the back of this report, our advocacy is focused on two things initially. One is that roading investment more commensurate with our contribution to NZ Inc. These are numbers that we're talking directly to ministers and agencies, but it's also embedded in the Council's own asset management planning, as Susie's alluded to in the paper, using economic activity as a freight demand indicator to prioritise routes for investment. The second part of the initial advocacy focuses on accelerating Transpower's grid upgrades that have been positioned for a number of years, but they were actually formally approved in June. That approval now secured our pushes to get these connections built out on an accelerated timeframe, and they're effectively the gating factor for realising the nearly 2,800 megawatts of generation sitting in Transpower's pipeline. And delay there is delay on the region's single biggest economic opportunity. Everything else in the report, the export data, the energy statistics, the Head Start extensible methodology, supports and reinforces those two asks. So the ask of the committee today is really to receive the report, but treat it as a standing evidence base behind an active and ongoing advocacy program, one that will keep moving as priorities like these are resolved, new ones emerge and are added. So updates will come through the appropriate government's channels as this progresses. So happy to field any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Davenport. Do we have any questions from councillors? Councillor Piddington.
I mean, it's a good news report, Nigel. I was just interested, you said getting evidence in front of people who make the calls. How do we go about that? Because it's great getting these reports, but they've got to be of some use.
Yep.
So, I mean, we've got the Minister of the South Island here, do we, you know?
Yeah, so this report has already been positioned with both James Meagher and Miles Anderson. It has their full support, and we will be utilising those connections into central government, but it's also utilising the relationships we have with Invest NZ as well, making sure that this information is heard, not just with existing government, obviously coming into an election. We'll be talking to a few of those others as well. So a structured program for that, so it's not just a send it via an email.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sounds great, but when do we know when we get a result from that? Is there any, you know?
I think in terms of the results, the advocacy and anything that we're able to move, ideally if it's initially that initial ask around some of that roading investment, you'll certainly see it and hear it. We'll make sure, well, we will make sure you do, but I'm sure Susie that would have been sitting beside me will be shouting from the rooftops.
I think, I'm not sure what we would see or what we would get, but this is more a basis of what do we ask for, because there have been opportunities where ministers have gone out looking for things, and we need to have some things sitting ready to go. But also the 4.7 million for roading, NZTA, we only get 18 at the moment, but I'm assuming the other is on the Star Highway 1, which we don't see. We would also have to be thinking about if they lifted our 18 to say 25, we've got to find seven ourselves. So we're going to have to think that through as well.
Any other questions? Councillor Scott.
Thank you, and I have obviously had the privilege of reading this report at VT board meeting last week, but I think the report it focuses quite heavily on today's contributions, and I think it's where Councillor Piddington's going to is, where will the sections be on how can South Canterbury grow over the next 20 years? So section, you've said it's going to be a living document, but there's from agri-tech to biotechnology to food tech. So how do you see this paper really being a living document so we can look at where those growth areas are over the next 20 years?
I think the important thing around that is the key economic enablers have always been infrastructure, water, power and people. The focus initially on powering up and getting Transpower or the government to accelerate that grid upgrade, that's going to generate a significant opportunity for this area, and it's really off the back of that it's like those potentially energy intensive but also energy aligned businesses. What are the agri-techs, the biotechs and that of this world? So very much this is the first port of call, I suppose, that base saying, hey, this is us, this is our national contribution. We're going to make some noise about this. These are some of the things we believe are some of the low-hanging fruit that we need to advance, and then off the back of that it's identifying what are those further, those future food processing opportunities, the biotechs, the agri-techs of this world, that we can attract off the back of having those economic enablers lined up.
Any other questions? Oh, no, I can't see that. I think Nigel must have one online, does he?
Right.
Yep, okay, Nigel, here, go ahead, Mayor Nigel.
Thanks. Not necessarily a question, but obviously working with Nigel on this. And so thank you, Nigel and team at VT, and also Susie for contribution. I think Stu hit the nail on the head. So 3 years ago, we did this report coming into the election. We were rather polite around it, in my view, and we tried to use it as an advocacy piece. Certainly on the roading, we know that we over-contribute and don't get a whole lot back. You only have to look at the example of the intersection, which should have just been a no-brainer for them to fix out at the showgrounds, but it took significant advocacy from our local MP, but also Mr. Rooney and others to get funding out of effectively Treasury when it should have come out of NZTA. So, I mean, I akin it to a little bit like I think we're in a bad marriage with the government. South Canterbury's the breadwinner. Wellington controls the joint account, but we're still paying for our own potholes. So, this sort of stuff has to change, and it has to be very clear to central government that they're not delivering for our regions. And I also, look at what's happened to Canterbury over the years since the earthquakes. Christchurch and Greater Christchurch has received around 40 billion of investment in some shape or form. They've benefited from, from insurance on the back of that, and that's great, and we benefit from that as well. However, there has been no serious central government money delivered to our region south of the Rakaia. So that's why I look at reform, that opportunity to actually be able to step away from the Canterbury, and this is me as the chair of the Mayoral Forum, but stepping away from that Greater Christchurch and being able to say, hey, we've got a rural and provincial powerhouse. It's what we've presented in our Head Start, in regard to those 4 or 5 councils coming together. That's the opportunity moving forward. I was at the Prime Minister's event in Ashburton a couple of weeks ago and presented that, fact around the underinvestment, and he said, well, come back as collective parties. Well, we've done that. We've got all those, as councils working together, we've got all that information that sits in Regional Transport Committee. Again, I think we just have to, build this, business case, but rather quickly. To me, you've got reform in one program, and then lining up across the next side of that is in parallel is this piece of work, which goes into our sub-regional deal and actually put something forward across transport, across all those things, energy, all of those elements for our wider region lined up with the reform process as well. So when it comes to 2028, actually we haven't just got a new council, we've got a new investment plan and pipeline sitting off to the side, so central government can sort of take us seriously. That's sort of my sort of high-level strategic feel for where we need to be. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Mayor Nigel. Any other questions? I do have a couple myself. No? So just a couple from me. One, and I think I asked this last time, but the report talks about the increase in export earnings from 2024 to now. And I'd really love to be able to unpick whether that's production increase or just dollar value increase. And because I think measuring exports on dollar value only potentially doesn't tell the whole story. And it'll be really good if we've got a production increase underlying that. My other point, and I think this would be hard to measure, but it'd be good if we could, is the export dollar doesn't really tell the whole story, I don't think. And how do we capture the entire supply chain that helps earn the export dollar? And I'm talking about machinery dealerships, electricians, plumbers, all of those things that are part of either the electricity generation sector or the agricultural sector that are part of the economic development in this area as well, and I don't feel like the report captures that. Look, great, absolutely great report, and I get that using export dollars is an easy measure.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if we can tell the story more, because I feel
think-
like those numbers will be far larger when we incorporate all of the servicing industries as well.
I think you're exactly right, Councillor Pye. The inherent strength of this area is the diversity of its industry sector base, but it's that interconnectivity. Yes, it's the primary sector backbone. We've got the value add of the food pro. We've got those tradies that are supporting that. We've got a logistics and transport sector, which is hugely significant as well. So yeah, most definitely. And as I said, you know, this really is the initial report, and I'll take those on board, especially that one around that production increase versus just straight export dollars. So it's important to trap as well. But yeah, the final comment I would make is, you know, this we are nationally significant. We've picked on two of our key strengths. There are others, and there are others broader than just this. Is, you know, we're talking largely South Canterbury here, notwithstanding the roading network is mid-Canterbury as well. But there are nationally significant strengths over and above these, but we needed to start somewhere. So, and the beauty with this document is it's already encompassing a number of those dance partners that you're talking with throughout the district in terms of the other councils, and it can evolve to incorporate more of that data as well. But it won't be, and I take on board what the Mayor said, you know, we produced this report, well, I think it was updated for Minister Jones's visit last year, but prior to that, leading into an election, you know, we utilised it, but we didn't utilise it to the extent that we're about to utilise it now, so see more. And it's not just us, I'm working very closely with the Mayor and obviously the members of Parliament on it as well.
Is there any appetite for an election manifesto like we see others, you know, LGNZ does one, Federated Farmers do one, that kind of sits alongside this report that clearly sets out, you know, what we'd like to see out of government post-election?
Yeah, most definitely you know, you've got to have the data set and the initial database and the broader schedule that we provided with the press release and attached is sort of a bit there. But I think off the back of one thing I potentially would like to see is probably off the back of the conversation you've been having in the Head Start is saying that, hey, you know, we've gathered that data. You know, I know Brandon and the team internally and the parties that you used to pull that Head Start document together have pulled together some really significant and grunty, for want of a better term, stuff. And I think we can elevate that up and go, hey, it's almost like a briefing paper for the Central South Island, if you like, and saying, hey, this is who we are, this is what we've got going for us, but this is what we can be. So how about this, this and this?
I do wonder though, if the Head Start gets accepted, we should follow it fast with a, so I've lost the word now, the regional deal, because Canterbury's never done the regional deal, and maybe we should put our attention to a sub-regional deal with the 5 councils if it gets accepted.
I'm just wondering what part of your day you're going to fit that in. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think the key foundations of it are already here. Yeah, and yeah, I think it can be pulled together quite well and quite quickly.
And my only last final comment, which I alluded to you before the meeting, is if we're going to promote South Canterbury, I'd like to be 100% sure the picture on the front is from South Canterbury, which I have my doubts about.
It's a good pickup. I was looking on the inside, not on the outside.
Could be wrong.
Beauty lies within, but yeah, we will fix it.
I could be wrong. So I'll actually just move from the chair that the Strategic Planning Committee receive the Benji Patterson report, and that we note the report's findings will be integrated into demand analysis used to inform roading asset management planning, prioritisation and investment decisions, and I'm sure it'll be used for a lot more than that. Do we have somebody who's prepared to second that? Thought I saw your hand move, Councillor Harper. Thank you, Councillor Harper. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Davenport. Okay, so we're just going to move to report 6.3. So this is the long-term plan significant forecasting assumptions update. So the purpose of this report is just to give us an update. I know we've seen a draft of this before, and I feel like we will keep seeing drafts of this until we get it right, but it's really good to see it on a regular basis. So Mr. Doran, are you speaking to this? Yep.
Yep, so this is the work in progress document about where we've got to with these forecasting assumptions. These are the things in the annual plan that when we say we've got a standard bit of information from somewhere, this is what usually fills it in, and it's things like interest, population growth. We were aware of some dissatisfactions with this data set in the past, so we're really trying to find really high quality information, and that comes from commissioning and challenging what the standard information is out there. So that's why bits of it are waiting for some pieces of work that we're doing, and from some external things as well. One big TBC on a lot of them is it's due to the Head Start programme, so things like shared services and efficiencies and that sort of thing are based on what's happening in a couple of years through the Head Start process. So we're happy if you want to either just read and accept it or have any questions regarding any of them.
Thank you. I have a bit of feedback. It's quite a lengthy document, and rather than go through every page, I think we'll actually just go round the room. If you have something to add to a page that somebody's asked a question in, jump in, and then by the time we get round the room, hopefully we've covered everyone's questions. So, Councillor Harper, did you have any questions that you wanted to kick off with? Or feedback, sorry, which is what's been asked for.
I was just doing the 2024, and I think I'm on the right page here, is the staffing levels and accommodation.
Just tell us the page number so we can go to it.
Staffing level, that's 55. And is that a genuine problem?
It's not a problem statement, just more than a forecast that we thought was what would happen in 2024.
It was, yep.
It's a big thing when it comes down to operational costs and that sort of thing. So we try and forecast where that is if subsequent events happen that changes that. That's why we've got to go back to the drawing board for 2027 as we look towards things like Head Start, the water reform and that sort of thing. At its basic level, it comes down to, do we have enough seats for people to sit at and desks for them to do in computers and things like that? So it does feed into a lot of costs. But it's like anything else, it's a forecast, so it gets revised every time.
And what's the next?
So the next page, page 56, we have to put our new assumption in there. So as from 27 onwards, the assumption is, well, since I've been here, we've actually been fine with recruiting. We've actually been fine with staff with accommodation. Obviously, water entity, there has to be a conversation with that one, whether it stays in this building or not. If that leaves this building, then there's plenty of accommodation.
It's never going to be an inhibitor for happy.
I think this assumption will change quite considerably.
Do you have any more, Councillor Harper? Just roll through them. Climate change. 70. Yep.
Sorry, page 70 is the climate change issue for all councils and everybody, is whether we should be bringing, and I'm just scrambling here, whether we should be, we've got the new ECAN coming up, of course, the new ECAN version coming up, and there's been a clash with ECAN and the consequences of flooding, and there's been the flood protection and controversial sort of with contractors with gravel extraction and where's that going to lead? And my other thing with climate change is, should it be encompassing our forestry investments, our ETS scheme, our opinion on perhaps the Paris Accord, whether we've got, native forests and farming with the intake and sequestration of carbon, and should it sort of encompass risks and the divestment of forestry discussion, or the keeping of it, of forestry, and there's about 3 subjects all sort of around that, and whether that should be all inclusive. Sorry for the befuddled sort of explanation, but
We can definitely have a look at this one. This assumption is mainly based on mitigation of council services and the effects of things like flooding and climate change and fires on our services, rather than that macro community piece. But we definitely could look at that to see if we need. It's whether we need a wide-ranging assumption on that, or whether we need bespoke bits of information that feed into specific parts of the plan. But we'll have a look at that. That's fine.
There's also,
why do you take this?
yeah, there's also a bit of a trick here, because at the moment these assumptions are going to be underpinning our LTP. The LTP is for the TLA, not potentially unitary. So we're going to have to think that through. Like if you bought all of the ECAM responsibilities, then this would look very different to what it is for the TLA. And the TLA is more around, for this particular assumption, is more around what we're doing as a council. And I agree, there needs to be another section around what we do with some of our, what's the word for it? Adaptation, so forth. So this needs to be a different assumption.
Anything else? Councillor Harper, we can circle back around if you think of something else. Councillor Scott.
I have to get back to the start because I was following Philip's lead. Okay. Page 44. Just around the council political structure, I just note on the 2027, it talks about the outcome of the representation review in 2023, but then it says there will not be any amalgamation with other councils in the next 10 years. So, I appreciate there was a note somewhere else saying, well, that's going to change, but we might as well change it now, knowing that it's happening in the next 10 years.
Yep, absolutely.
That was easy. Right, next. Sorry. Sorry, just let me. Page 51, council operational assumptions. I just wondered, are we comfortable saying efficiency opportunities are becoming increasingly limited? And my question is, what evidence supports that assumption? So that's on that new page. So it says, and that's in the second paragraph.
Yep, I think that's signalling that we've made quite a lot of, not easy wins, but we've made quite a lot of cost-cutting measures at the moment. As you go further down that, the returns from them start diminishing for the amount of effort you're putting into. It's almost this is what we work on unless you start making significant decisions that actually change levels of service. That there's only so much you can kind of squeeze the current before you actually then have to start moving how and what we do. So this is just signalling that, in our opinion, or we forecast that we can't just sort of make further basic efficiency gains without an effect on what we do and the level of service we provide. Again, it's a forecast and it's an assumption, but it might be true, it might not be true, but it's what we think is the current state.
I think that is a conversation that possibly needs to be had, probably at this committee. The desire to keep the levels of service needs to be thought through in terms of what are the input costs to it. And the input cost to it is potentially everything that supports it in back office and so forth. And with Head Start, if the Head Start proposals are not accepted, then is there something else that we want to do? And I don't know what yet, but, you know, are we on the cusp of potentially talking about shared services, or do we wait until backstop if Head Start isn't accepted? Those are the sorts of conversations we're going to start having to have. And I think just going through the process of that proposal did create some opportunities with collaboration between those councils that we had the conversations with. Now, strategically, we've got to think about, do we actually, do we want to push that on? The 27 assumptions is pretty well stock standard, but it's going forward into that 10-year plan. What do we think it is? Because we should be looking for efficiency at that point, and that's more or less around scale, I would suggest.
Before you move on, I just wanted to add on that page, I thought we should mention somewhere in that assumption about constrained income environment with rates capping. This doesn't seem to be mentioned in the document that I recall.
Just on that, Michelle, I think there's certain places in the document where we need to mention rates capping, and we talk about changing levels of service, we should be saying which could be reducing. And it needs to flow on in most of those ones where it's mentioned, just so people are aware there is an impact coming of capping rates.
I think as we go through these activity reviews that we're going to be bringing here, that will start pushing that debate. Yeah, it might even start today.
Yeah, I think also, I'm just debating whether to save this for later or now, but when we do get there, we need to understand the costs of the change of the level of service in order to make that decision. Yeah. Back over to you, Councillor Scott.
Moving to page 63, forecast capital costs. Just under the assumption where it has large unfamiliar projects, sorry, I'm just getting my notes. My initial thought was 10 years is a really long time. And we have ageing infrastructure, we've got a lot of earthquake strengthening, we've got landfills, we've got climate resilience, we've got all those sort of growth infrastructure. And so I just wondered if it should more sort of say the program is expected to be predominantly renewals focused, which I see we've got in there, with enhancement or major new capital investment subject to affordability demonstrated, it needs to be demonstrated need, and council prioritise, because in that way it doesn't rule things out, because I think we'll find we will have large capital projects in the future, and basically say is all we're going to do from now on. And I think that's I think that won't be the case if I had a crystal ball.
The tricky part is I agree with what you're saying, but we've also got to think hard about even the renewals, because at the moment the renewals are boring up to the level of depreciation, if not increasing over that. At some point we've got to pull it under to retire some debt. So there needs to be a very well constructed plan going out of how do we actually start pulling back as well.
That's what I'm sorry, I didn't really say that very well. I wrote this on Sunday night. But, yeah, around that, that major new capital investment subject to affordability, demonstrated need, because we'll need that under rates capping, and then that council prioritisation. So those sort of three key things what will drive, capital
I think
investment.
This also reflects some of the sort of once-in-a-generation projects that have featured heavily in the last couple of LTPs, so it's theatre, stadium, even Claremont to some degree, because they are technically quite different to what our, like a lot of our capital programme is expanded business as usual, so we know how long a metre of pipe will cost or whatever like that, whereas these were a lot more unusual in their services we were procuring.
But on top of that, if we're wanting to look at the spatial planning, we've got to think hard about the potential investment that council have to put into development. So and I think what you're talking about meets that in terms of prioritised. We're meeting either the need or the demand, but also how is it paid for? Because that takes us into quite a different regime going forward and mindset.
Sorry, I just paid.
Just on capital
yes.
costs, Stacey, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. We've got 2.6 and 3.2, and they differ subtly, but I would have thought they would have been 1, so we're consistent. One's forecast capital costs, the other is, significant assets. I mean, what's the difference we're splitting there? There's some nuances, but I would have thought really we're talking about the same thing.
Just while you're getting to the right page, I had a comment on the strategic and significant assets, and it refers to our policy, and they're identified in there. Can we just identify them here so it's easier for the reader to then not have to go look at the policy and go, what are they? But anyway, I'll let you answer, Stu.
I think those are the ones that, well, my understanding are those are the ones that we have, that we cannot do without type assets, whereas there is another class of asset that we could go without. So I'm not picking on anything specific, but say there was a rural bridge where there was an alternative crossing and that sort of thing, as opposed to the primary one.
We understand that, but I don't think the general public, like I say, I'd rather see it under one heading with two specifics, 1 and 2, if that makes sense, Stephen, because you're not jumping round thinking, didn't I just read this somewhere? It's quite clear what we're stating, and I agree, but I do agree also with Councillor Scott. Sometime in 10 years we will come up with another major project that we don't want to discount through not being in our policies.
Awesome, thank you. Do you want to carry on, Councillor Scott?
I have a sort of a view on the capital delivery on page 104, but I think it was actually brought up in our action register that, and I think that once we get that capital delivery, and once we analyse that, I think we'll be able to complete this one, because I feel like we're not 100% annual. We shouldn't have that assumption, and so it should be sort of more substantially delivered or something to that effect, because otherwise it's quite artificial. So I think I'd like to see this one come back once we've had that work from Andrea's team.
I think the intent is this keeps coming back until we're done.
Does it?
Because,
Okay, thanks.
well, there's so many moving parts, isn't there, with reform and everything else, that it'll keep coming back. Yeah, cool.
In fact, a lot of the legislative changes as well have been sort of done through press release rather than legislation. So once they actually land and we can see the devil in the detail, it will affect a lot of this.
Ideal. Great. Councillor Wilson, do you have any feedback or questions?
Excuse me, a couple of them have already been covered, particularly around rate capping being mentioned and what that could lead to with reduced services. I think a lot of the 2027 assumptions in areas that I have a bit of an interest in and a background, I think are pretty much on the money. In saying that, the world's changing, as we all know, and these assumptions are going to be out of date pretty quick. But I know we've got to continue doing this, and I listen to what I'm trying to gather, and we talk about capital projects and that. well, we may be finishing off our big ones right now, but we don't know what the new council is going to have to deliver. So I've got nothing more to add constructively to what I've just said, other than the world's changing and we just need to move with it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Puddington, do you have any left?
Mine were general rather than specific. I'd just like to see those two capital ones joined together and a few more notes or something round rates capping and what that might mean.
Cool, great. Mayor Nigel, I'm not sure if you're still listening, but do you have any questions or feedback?
Thanks, Chair. No, look, I'm pretty comfortable with the discussion and the comments made, so that's all good. Thank you.
Okay, great. I will try and rattle through my list. I know, sorry, and I'm going to be painful and scroll through. But anyway, so my first kind of three bits of feedback are a little bit interlinked, I think. So the population growth, I just don't feel like we're telling a consistent story. We're sitting in the development committee, wanting growth. The workshop we had the other day, we're looking for growth, and yet we're making assumption on very limited growth. And I'm just wondering if, we had the workshop the other day about aspirations for the region and talked about jobs and economic development and growth, and I feel like we're a little bit schizophrenic.
So this is the work we have Rationale doing to see if we can mine a different source that feels is more ground truthed. Sorry to use a horrible term, but it's it's what people feel rather than what any of the statistical models are showing us, because everyone in this room doesn't have confidence in what the stats numbers have been telling us for years. So if we can get something that is a bit more nuanced and tells a slightly different story to what people are feeling out there, we can't make up an aspirational assumption really, because any assumption in here does have a spending effect at the end of the day, but we are trying to find one that people think reflects what's on the ground more than what happened at the moment.
I'll come to you in half a second, Councillor Wilson.
Yes,
I just
fine.
wanted to add to that. I know, still on the same topic. Then the household change, though. If you go the number of households times the average, people per household, that comes to 54,750, but we've only got 51,600, and so they don't align either. So I just wondered.
I would say that might reflect this district's elderly population, where there's not 2.6
so it's just
people
the
in every
average,
house.
Okay. Yep. Oh,
Oh, sorry. I think that would reflect our house makeup data, where there's not a family of 4 in every house sort of thing, so it wouldn't always.
okay. So I just went households times the average equals this, but you don't think that's really the way to do it?
It's probably slightly more complicated.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, did you have something else to add?
I want to make a comment on the population. I know that 0.8% seems nothing, but the challenge we have with having such a high percentage of our population over 65 is we don't have the birth rate coming up behind it. And so if we had a more balanced split in our generations, I think that percentage could be higher, or would be higher. The other thing is, I think to have a rising population, we've got to have jobs. And I said this before and I'll say it again, I don't believe the emphasis has been on jobs. Because we need jobs if we want people. So it's putting the cup, we need to get strategy to develop and to create industry with more jobs, and then we will have more people in the population growth that we probably want to see.
So the population of this district will be very similar to Ashburton, Oamaru, Nelson, Marlborough, where there is a generation of people, when they get to about 18, they go. And they go from 18 to into their early 30s, then they start coming back to one of those places. So when you look at the statistics, it actually shows that. And then they stay in place and they age. So I'm not sure how you fill that gap. And they're the missing decades where people go off, do their tertiary education or their trades, they go to the big cities, then they get jack of it and they come back to the provincials. And that's what we are. That's what we look like. And we're going to think that through.
I do also think on your point, Councillor Wilson, kind of leads nicely into my next bit of feedback, and that's around on page 41 with the economic, industry and employment growth. And I just, again, I said I'm not sure if we've got an aligned story here, but I get your point about having to have the data behind it. But what about the investment our processors are making within their current footprint? We have Barkers, we have McCain, we have Fonterra, we have a lot of those things that are all in the paper, they're all committed investments that are going to be made here, and I'm not sure we're reflecting that in this assumption.
But if you look at Barkers, while they did a massive capital investment, they actually lifted production rather than employing.
But it must add to the economic story, which, you know, this is threefold. Yeah. One was on the resource consents, so that is page 54, and I just wonder if we should be more specific there and go, these are the consents that expire in this long-term plan. We kind of, it's quite a general statement about, you know, doing a lot of work to renew consents, but what are they? Are they just a I don't know, a small water take to feed something, or are they the consent for the dump? You know, which would have quite a different impact on our 10-year plan. So I wondered if we could be a little bit more specific in there so we know exactly what they are.
Yeah, I think this was more about the council's service of resource consents and the resource consent hold as such. But that's, yep, we can take that, and we can, it might even be a note to that, as some of the risks could say, the Redruth consent is up in 2030, which will actually drive some discussion, conversation and decision at the end of the day, because you will then have to make the decision, is this an activity you want to continue doing? So yeah, no, we could note that, that's fine.
Again, on page 96, and this talks about the rating base, and I just wasn't sure I felt that aligned to our household growth, and just maybe to check that. The page, sorry, what is that? Page 100 is about the historic landfills. Again, I hear this talked about a lot in these chambers, but I'm not sure if we've ever seen a report going, these are exactly where these landfills are, and this is the plan for it, and are there some that are at risk, like the Peel Forest one, or are they probably actually okay and we won't have to do anything in the next 10 years? So I feel like that information's probably a gap, probably not in the building, but it is a gap in this room.
Yep. I would hope that within that 10-year window, the activity management plan for waste operations would speak to that to some degree, because they will become operational problems at some point if we see them as problematic. As far as I know, the Peel Forest one was the sort of the big bad problem that was sitting there, because it had a critical risk to release rubbish into the water. The rest of them are sort of spotted around the place and aren't at high risk at the moment.
And I guess I get that, but it's a little bit more of show me, don't tell me, as in we're making a lot of assumptions, and we don't want to be blindsided in year 5. With Houston, we've got a problem that nobody in this room was made aware of. Yeah. My next one is on page 102. It's about the emissions trading scheme, and it kind of alludes to a question Councillor Harper had before. I don't think we've made it very clear about the forestry here. They're not held for emissions reductions. but on harvesting, we will be liable for the NZUs, but they're kind of sitting underneath the emissions trading scheme, but that's not why we're holding them. They're an investment property.
No benefit, but there's a liability at the end of the day.
I just don't know if it's clear enough.
Yep. Yep.
Some of them aren't even investment properties. They're actually bordering on reserves.
Yep. Probably we could take, other than mentioning the fact forestry would give us a liability in that area, it probably could be taken out of there to some degree.
Yeah.
Sorry, does the council, I had a question here as well, does the council hold and trade carbon credits as a rule? And do you buy them at $45 a tonne or $72 a tonne?
We buy them when the market price is favourable to us. A couple of years ago, thanks to former Councillor Booth, we bought a significant amount at a depressed price, and it's a fact that because we run a landfill business, we have to buy carbon credits for it. So we do buy them at the market price, but we will hedge that where at all possible.
I think our CFO has something to add to that, and then I'll let you carry on, Councillor Harper.
We don't trade them though, so we will buy them at that lower rate and actually just redeem them as at the end of the year. We don't go, well, okay, we bought these at 65, we could now sell them for 75. We're not in the business of trading carbon credits.
And just educate me, what are the consequences for the TDC doing as little as possible because of costs with regard to carbon credits, carbon trading? What are the consequences for us?
We probably just meet our obligations under the law at the moment. We're a legally based organisation, so we have to follow the law, but we do what the rules say at the end of the day. We're not doing anything special. We do have things like investments like the gas flare do reduce our liabilities in that way, but I wouldn't say we're doing anything particularly sophisticated than that, other than it's just the part of the cost of the business for running a landfill.
So you're right, Councillor Harper, there is a requirement to keep a damn good eye on it, because we do have to surrender carbon credits when we do our returns for our landfill. So effectively, if you don't manage that well, you could be having swings and roundabouts, or ups and downs, depending on where that particular market is at. Is that correct? Yeah, so effectively you do have to keep an eye on it.
Could we use the calculation of Lake Hawea Station and do our own calculations? And we have got extensive pastoral farming absorbing. We've got our own native forests absorbing, and all of a sudden we come up with, we're in credit we're in credit every year.
My understanding is we need to be 100% sure that it's not already been counted to offset other, like if it's a farmer with forestry on there, that they're not already using that to get the carbon credits for, and that would be, difficult.
Talking about our reserves.
The forestry and its carbon credits are ring-fenced, so essentially the carbon credits that we gain from the forestry sit there until such time we harvest, and then we release them. So they're outside the carbon credit that's associated with the landfill. So the landfill is treated independently to forestry.
So coming back to what you're trying to say, Councillor Harper, you're thinking about what's in the Scenic Reserve and what's in Galbraith's Reserve up at Waitui and those kind of things, what's in Peel Forest and all of that kind of stuff. Or not Peel Forest, that'll be Dockland, but yeah.
If we stare down somebody who's disputing it, well, we could say, look, we're not setting precedent here. Other people, other stations, as I said, Lake Hawea Station is, championing their own carbon story.
We'd have to take some professional advice on that.
Worth asking a question.
The system isn't designed that you can game it that way often. They are quite restrictive about it. If we went out and planted a carbon sink somewhere, but we don't actually offer a lot of land to put a lot of pine trees on, so.
Plus, I think off the top of my head, they have to be pre-1990, post-1990. You know, there's a benchmark there, yeah. But it could be worth asking the question, yeah. Councillor Puddington.
Just to follow up to Andrew's question, probably for the CE, you're saying we've already got the carbon credits ring-fenced for forestry. Is that best use of our money if we don't need them for 10 or 15 years?
You can't touch them. I don't know the exact reason, but I've always been told that actually they were generated as the trees grew. So I don't think we actually purchased them per se.
The cost of those carbon credits for the landfill is built into the cost to the ratepayer of paying for their refuge to be collected and dealt to.
My question was around forestry. If we are paying for them or collecting them as we go, is that the best use of our money? Because we've spent it for the credit and we're just going to hang on to it.
I think what it might be best to do, I might do a little bit of online research and look up some papers in there and circulate them around the committee. I'm reluctant, given how busy everybody is, to ask for a paper to come to this committee, but I might just do a little bit of online research and see if we can answer your question and Councillor Harper's question, and give everyone a bit more of an understanding on how the carbon credit market works. I had one final question, sorry, and this might be something for the action list, but remind me, Mr. Traynor, the last page in there, which I've now gone back to the start, so I can't tell you which one it is, talks about depreciation. And we have talked a number of times about the valuation of buildings and updating them so we are depreciating them properly, and there was talk of getting a better understanding of, Andrea is going to answer this question for you, of what that cost might be. Sorry, Andrea.
So we still need to do some work in regard to how much it might cost us to do it, but in the numbers that we provided on during the weekend actually included a provision to actually increase the depreciation in year 28-29, making the assumption in year 27-28 we would look to do the revaluation, which is essentially the first year of the LTP. Yeah.
I kind of feel like we need to make a decision on that so we can get the assumption right, but to make the decision we need the information. But do we need that on the action list, or are you just going to assure me it's coming to this committee at some point?
It should come as part of the property activity management plan.
Okay.
It's the best place for it to come in.
Yep, okay, cool, thank you. Any other, Councillor Puddington?
Sorry, put my notes in two places. 3.7, disruptive technology, the fourth industrial revolution, is all kind of the things that can go wrong. There's nothing in there about the things that we could use to go right, because, you know, I've got young people I talk to, the kids, saying that AI is going to change their jobs, some jobs will disappear. We appear to think nothing's going to happen in that way in the next 10 years, which I don't know what I'm after, but I don't think we need something in there that it could change. You know, if you haven't got a public-facing job in 10 years, what are you doing?
I think this one's written with a slightly eye to cybersecurity in mind, because we carry a lot of sensitive data, and it's... Yep. No, there's probably an opportunity statement in there as well that needs to be done. I mean, most people in the council, I would say, are beginning to adopt AI for quite a lot of things they do. So it does help. It may help any staffing pressures in the future to some degree.
Completely understand what that's targeted as, but I just think if we're looking out 10 years, the opportunities that AI may deliver should also be included somewhere.
Okay, if there's no further questions, thanks everyone for your feedback on that. I'm hoping that's useful to officers for bringing us back the next round of assumptions. Does somebody want to move the recommendations that we receive the long-term plan significant forecasting assumptions update report, and we've discussed and provided feedback to the officers? Thank you, Councillor Scott. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Wilson. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move to report 6.4, which is the long-term plan, draft activity management plans. Yep. Okay, so the purpose of this report I was really keen for the committee to have a look at what these management plans look like. I was conscious that if, the whole organisation drafted them in and spent a whole lot of work and brought the first one here and we went, that's not what we're after, that wouldn't set anyone up for success. So we have two here, and I guess the question for the committee is, does this give us the level of information that we're looking for in these activity management plans? So there's an opportunity to provide feedback on the content if you would like, but I just keep in mind that it's very draft, and we also have a paper in our PX part of the meeting around options to focus on for different activities, and it may be more appropriate that some of your questions and comments are kept for there. And just before we start, I did wonder if, Stephen, you could just explain the difference between the asset management plans, the activity management plans, and clarify the process around the asset plans and how they fold into these. And I'm just conscious of the discussion about asset management plans. And will we expect to see an asset management plan for every activity, or are they slightly different? Yeah, thanks. That's a big, long question, sorry.
I'm going to be really reductive here and say the activity plan is what you do and the asset plan is what you use when you're doing it. For major asset holders like the airport or like waste management that has Redruth, we will have a separate activity plan for that. For some of my units that like comms and corporate services, they don't hold any assets, so you'd only have an activity management plan for those. You will see, say I'll give an example for the airport. At the moment, we're working through the activity management plan. Apparently mine's is slightly too detailed in the narrative, but I think that's the comms manager side coming out. We've also got, aside from that, the asset management plan, which looks at things like condition assessments and the value of things and the lifespan of them is, and then brings that back to you. We merge them both together, and that allows that evidentiary basis for you to make decisions on what the future status of the service is, how much it costs, how much ratepayers are chipping in to keep it going, and then you can make value decisions from that point as to what to go into the long-term plan. Good point is, in 2030, we have to make the decision at the airport whether we want to renew our Part 139 certificate, which allows us to be a commercial airport. That's a massive decision that, sorry, I've been talking all day, but saying, I know, I wasn't stage trained, I'm afraid, that say for the airport, big decision coming up in 2030 is, do we want to renew our Class 139 licence to continue being a commercial airport? That is, do you want to provide services up to the standard that Air New Zealand can keep flying to us? We work on the assumption that yes, that's a valued thing, but it's a decision point for you when you look at the costs. So yeah, fold all these in, provide you good basis for the decisions you're making going ahead. The detail of this doesn't end up in the document itself. This is all about providing you and, at the end of the day, auditors with evidence.
So I guess my next question then is, have we got the sequencing right, and will we see the asset management plans before we see the activity management plans?
No and yes. To be honest, the timeline for long-term plans is everything time. We never have as much as we try and pull the information out as possible. We never have the full picture at any given time, so things will come to you quite quick. They do all speak to each other, though, that the activity management plan does have an asset management section in it, which will then link to the asset management plan. Some of them are quite easy. As I said, there's no assets, so you don't need one, but some of the biggies are. Land transport's quite special because they are quite, they tend to do them as combined in a way, because they have to they have to format it to meet New Zealand Transport Agency's level of evidentiary basis to help them, to help NZTA work out how much money they're going to give Timaru at any given point. So that one comes together, but the rest of them, they are separate things. Some of it we do outsource because some of it is quite technically, so I don't know how to do a condition assessment on a runway, so we have to get someone specialist to do that. Yep. It's a frequent flyer, you probably are.
Unfortunately. Okay, so do we have any questions? Councillor Piddington.
Maybe it's a long day, but I just think all those reports are too long-winded. I mean, can we not get it down to, we've got an airport, it's commercial, what are the functions? What are we required to do? What are the nice to-dos? Through all those reports, if you know what I mean. Because some stuff's repeated, goes round and round, and I'm not sure it actually belongs where it is. So, you know, if I put it into ChatGPT, would I get 3 pages that almost says the same thing? I don't know, but just reading it, the repeats.
Yep.
But because we're going to amalgamation, and I would think, I'd ask the CE, we start bottom up. What are we legally required to do? Step it up that way, not look at what we've got existing, top down. I just think they miss a beat here.
Yep.
And that's not a criticism, I just would like to see.
That's actually been noted by the project office, who have thought I'm a bit verbose. The story I want actually to tell here, and it is quite simple, it's that the major infrastructural investments that were forecast in previous ones, we don't think will actually have to go in the life of this LTP. What we're working with Rosie on, the new model, is actually just compressing a lot of the front half stuff down to a sort of almost a strategy on a page thing, which shows the strategic intent of every decision. I'm still slightly in storytelling mode, but we are working on it at the moment, just to make it simpler and to reduce the load on you as well.
So my understanding is the activity management plan is more or less the plan for that particular department. And my understanding is it can look like anything we want. So it's more about what are we producing? Why are we producing it? How many of them are we producing? What's the cost of doing it? And what revenue do we get, and where's the revenue coming from? And also what assets we have attached to that. And you could do that as quick, you could do that as short as you like. And then we've also taken the opportunity to try and connect it to our strategy and any legislation. Now, when you try and do it bottom up, you are actually going to the current managers, and the current managers will start with what they've got. And in my humble opinion, even in health, that's a hard ask to ask managers to actually go from a bottom line, this is the minimum. They'll always start with what they've got, and generally they want to improve it or grow it. None of them want to actually pull it back. So that's the trick that's got to come through here. We've got to work out what is the product we're trying to produce, and what is the need we're providing to the community.
The one thing I'd really like to see in there, and I think it has come through in these, is on top of what you've just described, what should we keep doing, what should we stop doing, and what should we start doing? And I think that is the challenge we want to uncover as well. Yeah.
So a lot of the concerns are probably in that part one part where we're sort of describing the service. Probably where you're then interested in, I know this has been a point of discussion a lot of the times is in those performance management levels. This is where you get to set the level of service. And say, I know airline landings and departures are probably one you really don't like, so it's a good way of taking that out. The key one we have is that we keep our CAA certification. If we don't do that, the planes can't take off and land, so that's a given. I've suggested one, say, passenger confidence and service use. So it's actually, we do get reports on how many people are using the services. That's based on there being a bit of a loss of confidence in the service the last few times. So if we can actually use that story to tell a good story about it, I think that would actually improve usage as well.
I guess I agree, but we can't do anything about that. That's Air New Zealand cancelling planes.
Yep.
So I'm just cautious.
Yep.
We'd all agree we'd love to do that, and we all know people, if they've got to go to a wedding or a pop concert, go through Christchurch so they get there. And that is not what we want, but we can't influence that. Yep. So I'm just, like, if you took the airport, what I'd say is, to most people, it's a commercial airport, so we need our CAA, we need our sealed airstrip, because if we didn't have commercial flights, we could just have grass. So that's kind of more what I'm trying to get to.
Yep.
Any other questions, Councillor Scott?
I might have misunderstood what I was supposed to do for this. And so I read it and I had feedback on it, but you were really just wanted me to look at the structure.
This is an open conversation. You can provide specific feedback if you want.
Oh, no, Councillor.
100%, no, do, but just be cautious if your feedback is like if we were talking about the swimming pool one, you know, and what effect it may have on the community and employees and things like that.
I don't have any of those.
Yeah, okay, good. Go for it.
I didn't go that deep. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, okay. I don't have too many, but page 5, so this is in the separate one that we got. I'm in the airport, sorry. Where it says Airways New Zealand has indicated a national direction to exit ownership of airfield power and lighting assets at airports. Got that bit? Okay, sorry. My question is, my question was, sorry, again, I wrote these on Sunday night, I had to reread my question. Will we confirm, before we transfer those assets, will we get a sort of independent condition evaluation? Because that sounds expensive to me.
We'll be doing some significant due diligence. We're just waiting for the
I
information proposal.
think there's a step before that. I actually think we should be challenging Airways, because my reading of the legislation and also what Airways is it's a SOE. As far as I'm concerned, that's their gig. So why are they pushing it onto us? So effectively, I think there's a conversation got to be had there first.
Thank you. And on page 33, it says that the terminal and pavement part both need enlargement, and that this is in the scheduled program, whereas elsewhere we say that those upgrades are conditional and not forecasted within the next 10 years. So I was just wondering which one is correct.
That's an error on my part. They do not, well, my forecast is they do not, but if the airline provider or AVSEC change their mind on something, it's something that we'll have to come back to. But it's just putting in here that we're not planning on putting it in the budget at the moment, but a request would come back to you if that was needed in the future. But it would be only if it's needed. It's not required for our current steady state.
Okay, thank you. And just in the 10-year operating and capital budget, I was wondering if someone could explain to me what is driving the depreciation increase from, it's in year 2, from 194,000 to 291.
The revaluation.
Okay, that will answer a lot of my questions later. Sorry, Andrea. Page 36, We talk about, and this is new text, decisions past the 10-year mark. And I just wonder, what actually is the 2030 decision point? Like, is it statutory? Is it airline contracts? And what are our realistic alternatives?
It's when our CAA accreditation expires, so then we have to recertify the airport. You can choose to change into a different type of airport, but it means you can't support commercial services. But we're aware of the cost of running an airport at the end of the day, so it's a decision that we have to make.
It's also linked to a change to the Act. So we're under I think it's the 1966 Act, and there is a new 2023 Act, which to go to the 2023 Act, we have to be a commercial airport. Otherwise, we stay with the 1966 Act.
I got to the very end of it and I thought, before we do any financial modelling, we probably need to decide, is this a commercial activity or not? But
I mean, a good decision point for that is if Air New Zealand are still running services from the airport, because if there's no commercial services running, you then have to decide what having a commercial airport was.
And I just have one final question, sorry, and it's part 7, which is 48. And I just wondered well, I've sort of said this before, but is there a dollar value or level of significance that part 7 of this becomes mandatory? So if every new project or program required to complete this, or is there a threshold? Because that'd be a lot of work.
It's significant new projects. It's not rats and mice. It's something where I'm looking at Rosie here for. Yeah, it's not the rats and mice level of project. It's ones that have a significant impact or are new to create a newer level of service or that sort of thing. It's not we need 10 new paper clips for the office kind of level.
Don't need to do that with them. It's okay.
Anyone else have questions or feedback? So I just have one, and on page 13, I think it is, from memory, and it's in both the airport one and the pool one. Could you explain that chart to me? I honestly looked at it and just went, what is this telling us?
This talks about the interaction between inside stuff and outside stuff. So the stuff on the right is what you bring to the party. You are, there's drivers and constraints which are outside the building. Your vision and objectives pull in from that. In the middle is hopefully some community benefit and or disbenefit if we're doing something that they don't like. The strategic realisation is how we do it. So we start with an internal service that we look at. And any outputs they regard. So it's not a line drawing, it does come from both sides. And so you meet in the middle. So basically, it's all centred around that community outcomes box. And normal BAU or new projects do feed into that. Your stuff feeds in from the right. And then hopefully the community is overwhelmed and happy with what we provide.
I get it now. I think that I'm going, why is the strategic direction and realisation going in opposite directions? But it's because one comes from governance and one comes from officers. And yep, okay. Yes, right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That wasn't actually that hard. Any other questions? Yes, go Councillor Harper.
Just something minor, just on page 9, back to page 9. It says the airport is also affected by global uncertainties. It's the bottom paragraph there of page 9. Yeah, the airport is affected by global uncertainties, including the impacts of climate change. Now, I seem to be onto climate change today, but I can't for the life of me think of how a heavy rain or a drought thing is going to affect an airport.
Wind. Probably the biggest one.
Well, not
fires.
Windy, yeah. We get plenty of nor'west. So.
Wind, smoke, fires. Things like bird life, things like changing fuels as well. If suddenly they banned avgas, which they have done in some companies, we'd have to decommission those tanks and change them to a different fuel type of things.
Yep.
So there are There are sort of minor and macro effects.
Yep, yep. And also the main runway assets are da-de-da-de-da, and I was just wondering how many private planes come in for landings and takeoffs? Was that included in that group?
We can't
The
tell you
main
it's
airside
private.
assets are. What's that?
We can't tell you it's private. I would have to look at the invoices. We have a very smart transponder charging services, which includes when people do land, we do charge them the appropriate landing charge. I don't know off the top of my head, but if you sit in the terminal for any given time outside of the scheduled flights, you'll find it's a busy little airport. There's lots of planes buzzing around. Yep, and there's two grass runways, because there's one that runs alongside 0220, and then there's the one that runs perpendicular. Depending on which way the wind's blowing is the one you want to use. Yep.
There's 2 landings a day from your commercial, so it's about 730 a year. We have 16,000 landings, so we've got 15,200 landings. So there's quite a few.
Yep, and we get things like air ambulances and private people that just use a plane, which is unthinkable to me, but that happens quite a lot. The Pi jet.
Nobody knew about that. Can you just tell me those figures again? No, can you tell me the landings again? Because it was like 40 a day, or did I mishear you? You know. Oh.
There's 90,000.
Touch and goes where they come and practice landing and take off again. We ping them for that.
A very important asset.
Okay. Are there any other questions or feedback? Oh, we can move to the pool one. We were kind of just looking at the format of both, but if you've got questions on the pool one, absolutely.
Paul, it's recreation
Recreation, I was
facilities.
thinking that, sorry.
I just wanted to point out.
Yeah.
Some questions on that, if that's okay. Mike, since Mike's here in the room, I won't talk about the pools as such, because I feel like that's a wider conversation around our community pools. But okay, I'm just getting to my page 9, and very top, where it has council will continue to deliver current levels of service. It then says increased depreciation and interest from Aorangi Stadium will mean recreational facilities require more rates in future years, with the response being to keep controllable operating costs lean and increase rates revenue. That's the sentence, sorry. So given the wider LTP affordability discussion, I sort of would challenge that. And so should maintaining current levels of service and increasing rates revenue be treated as assumptions, or are these decisions council still needs to make through the LTP?
So it probably needs slightly different wording. So the stadium, as an example, we're going from 3 courts to 11. So effectively, there is an increase in rates coming in 27, 28. So when you spend 25 million on a new facility, the depreciation, the debt is sheeting itself home to that facility, and we know that the usage and the revenue we get from the use of that facility will nowhere cover its costs, so the cost to the ratepayer will go up quite significant.
Okay. Page 10, and I know there'll be a reason for this, and I've probably missed it in the chats, but just around the future performance targets. I was just wondering why they're static over the 10 years.
These are definitely going to need a look at. These are extrapolated from 24-34, so open to discussion. For example, the top one, visitors to Sea Bay, until this year, we were just doing it off our point of sale. Now we have a door counter. We know that that target's way too low. So they definitely can be a bit of work. You know, some of the targets are way too easy, probably.
And correct me if this is not the right place, Councillor Pye, page 11, when it talks about community-run summer pools would reduce reliance on ratepayer subsidy. I just wondered what evidence supports that assumption, that the community-run pools would reduce ratepayer subsidy.
So, as an example, all of Ashburton's community district pools are run by trusts or reserve boards, and the only council funding they receive is if they apply for grants. Everything else is done through fundraising, grants from external sources, rather than being funded by rates.
Because we do talk about somewhere else, and we use that word again. If Councillor Thomas is here on optioneering, that's come up a few times today. I just wondered whether the optioneering needs to be completed for each pool before community run is identified as the proposed sort of direction, or?
Absolutely. I mean, funnily enough, I've got the word optioneering right here on my book. I'm optioneering with Rosie for Pleasant Point Community Board. They've requested it for their next meeting. So that's the first pool that we're having a look at, with options from status quo all the way through to, you know, is it going to be run by a community trust, or is it, I don't want to say it's in public, but, you know, is it a viable option moving forward? So, yeah, the work has started, and obviously these are the discussions that we need to bring in the long-term plan.
On page 16, under Part 4, Asset Management, I just wondered, are all identified renewals in the 10-year maintenance plan fully reflected in the LTP capital budgets? And is depreciation funding sufficient to fund them? Because you've got some new lists there.
So I've had a look with the CFO through the LTP CapEx, and I think we can cover it off. Obviously, it's all renewals. As Sea Bay gets older, it's just replacement or renewals. There's no new asks. We're not asking for a fancy new pool or anything like that. But obviously, as a facility ages, the need to upgrade and keep on top of the maintenance. As an example, Dunedin just spent 20 million on Moana pool upgrades. So we don't want to get down that things. But yeah, we're getting the buildings themselves are getting done by the property team. But internally, we're on top of the assets, and we're actually, like for example, we're getting Prominent, who are in charge of all of our UVs, all of our analyzers, all of our pumps. They're going to come and actually do an asset management plan on their equipment, so then they can tell us where things are at with, you know, how much life they've got left in them, because obviously we got one done, but different people might have different views on what length of life things have left in them. We don't want to sweat the assets, but we want to get as much out of them as we can, because they're very expensive to replace.
And I think in the next page over, you've got a zero capital investment at the stadium for the entire 10 years, and I just wondered, is that actually realistic? And I know it's a brand new building, so don't have a heart attack, Mr. Trainer, but there, you know, like, does it include renewals and replacements? We've got a new building, but we've got an old building too. And so is it realistic to have zero in there?
The one thing I'd say about the new building is, while the work's been going on, it has had a lot of work. It's just that its lighting system upgraded, the roof's been done, new wall off Court 1. So me and the CFO had a quick chat the other day, and I said probably the one thing we need to put in over the 10 years is the relining of the courts. So again, the life of the courts is generally 3 to 5 years. With having 11 courts, we should be able to move sports around, so we can get as much life out of them courts as we can, because it's not cheap to get them, to get them sanded back, relined and revarnished. But that, hopefully, especially in the new build, that should be the only capital investment in a decade.
Thank you, councillor Pye.
Just on that, I'm not sure who wants to answer this question, but is that seen as CapEx rather than R&M?
That if it increases the life of the asset, then it's capital. If it's just wear and tear, it's OPEX.
See, I'd argue that getting your car serviced increases the life of it. But I would argue that getting your car serviced increases the life of it, and it's R&M. But you know, if that's the way we treat it,
That
okay.
doesn't increase the life of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Let's see, Mayor Bowen with his hand up. So we will move to, sorry, I've got too many tabs open. The recommendation at 6.4 is that we receive the long-term plan activity management plan update report and we discuss and provide feedback. So I can move that. Would somebody like to second it, Councillor Piddington? Is that okay? Thank you. I'll put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Where are we now? Do we have 6.5? Yes, we do. 6.5 is our long-term plan draft financial modelling, and this purpose of this report is just to present some initial draft financial forecasts and some current financial modelling assumptions. So, Andrea, I think our CFO is going to come and speak to this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we've tried to do here is a starting point, and I guess it follows on from a workshop that we had in May where we initially put a council standalone 10-year plan up for discussion. So what we've essentially done here is a draft just to sort of give us an idea of where we might be heading. Obviously, this is subject to change once all of the activities work through their activity management plans, and if there's any changes to levels of service or, you know, things like that, or, you know, new things starting, obviously the numbers will change. But it was just to give us a high level as to where we might be going forward. There are a number of assumptions, and as I mentioned in the email in the weekend, they were high-level percentages that were essentially added at this point in time. Like I say, once again, just to give us a sort of guidance as to, yeah, we might be okay, or actually, no, we have to look a bit further into things. Today, the interim Burrell results came out, so we can obviously factor that into the next set of modelling from an expenses perspective. Just a couple of extra items to note. In these particular numbers, we've made the assumption that we would do the shared services or back office functions for the water organisation. So that's been factored into years 1, 2 and 3. However, it has started to decrease over those years as they build up their organisation themselves. What that essentially has done is left some stranded overheads, so short of essentially knowing what that looks like at this point in time, we've just left those as part of the calculations. The roading revalues.
Sorry, Andrea. I just want to talk about stranded overheads briefly. We must have some idea, with water leaving, a percentage on staffing, or there must be some calculation we can do, because it just worries me we're kind of ignoring it, not only here but in other things.
So that work's happening right now. So Brittany started that. So we're going through every single department and which ones touch water, which ones don't, what we think is the percentage of their work is actually for water, and it's And that's being done from two angles. What have we got and what's the water need? And it's just about everything we touch. Yeah, even the likes of planning, you know. But, you know, there's going to have to be some sort of process in the water entity for planning with their infrastructure and so forth. HR, finance, payroll, IT, yeah, the list goes on. So the work is happening, and then as soon as that Brittany and co have done that, it'll go across to these guys to actually cost up as to what it looks like. Now the requirement is for us to have two schedules. One is a Schedule A of staff that are 100% water, and they're the ones that are potentially going to go across to the water entity. The other ones are the ones that do work for the water entity as part of their other job, and then we've got to work out what does that look like.
So the numbers that are currently factored into here is essentially their overhead share. So we've used the overhead calculation just for the exercise of this. So there's two factors there. There's the back office function, but then there's also the work that roading does, for example, with the corridor access. Well, they would just become another, you know, client of ours. So they would just be charged on, you know, the normal fees and charges. So there's that revenue, and then there's the back office function side of things. Yeah. So the next thing in the model, roading revaluation every 3 years. So you'll notice that there's a slight increase in depreciation in the year following the revaluation. The Theatre Royal has been included in there based on a draft operating model that the theatre manager has put together. The museum has been included, stadium's been included. Like I said earlier, the revaluation of land and buildings, there's additional depreciation in year 2, making the assumption that the land and buildings are revalued in 27-28. Parks have had a slight increase in salaries due to another tranche of teams coming on board. LTP audit occurs every 3 years, so that's been factored in. And then the percentages that we've just broadly applied over the model.
Great. I must admit, Andrea, I struggled with this report. I had to get my calculator out or go into the spreadsheet to work out what the calculations were to find the rates figure that you've named grand total. And then I couldn't understand why we didn't start with what we've got now and then use a 4% for a default assumption, increase each year, so then we could see a surplus or a deficit. And I just, I'm sorry, I really struggled.
So in response to that, essentially where we're starting now, we've taken out water. So yes, the rates will be less because water has been removed. And it was after I did this that I thought, well, we should have had a smoothed model. So when we were here in May, we had essentially a model similar to this where it was literally, what do we need to break even? What is the gap between our revenue and expenditure that we need to essentially break even using rates? So that was this model. And then, like I say, in May, we did a smooth model. So in hindsight, a smooth model with 4%, we can do a model that looks like that, which would then essentially even it out. And that will show the surplus deficit. So yes, we can do that.
I would find that more useful because what we really need to get to, well, there's two things, and the other one I talked about in my email in the weekend was sometimes on the page where you can see the levels of service capital expenditure versus renewal capital expenditure. And we've just defaulted to borrowing 100% for renewals, whereas if you add up the depreciation over the 10 years, I believe there is a positive difference between depreciation and the level of service investment, and so why would we then just go and borrow 100%? Because, and what I'm getting to is we need to come up with a plan that where we have some surpluses so we can repay debt.
Absolutely. So, one question. The reason that it's only to 2034 is because, so the reason it's to 2034 is because at this point in time, these numbers here are taken from the existing LTP, because we haven't worked with every single activity to actually update 128 to 34 and then 35, 36, 37. So that work is still to happen, but it was just to give an idea of where it might be. So going back, the levels of service are typically the ones that are loan funded, because it's essentially an upgrade or a increased level of service that then triggers. It's not necessarily a renewal as such, but there could be a job that's done that might be a combination of both. So when we go to do that, we'll have to be looking at, well, okay, what are the different elements of it?
So I get the assumption, but I'm just worried we're assuming that, and then there's a gap between capex and depreciation that should either fund the other capex or repay debt, and we're not factoring that in anywhere. Is what I'm thinking. And I'm just actually concerned about when you said these figures are from the 2034 LTP. What effect does the Claremont project have in that? Because
What comes out of these?
yeah, but I'm feeling
Water's
like
been
it's not
taken out of these.
Oh yeah, water's
Yeah.
been taken out of that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah. So in theory, we collect the depreciation every year. Goes into the balance sheet as a reserve. So there will be some years that the value of the renewals outweighs the depreciation that's collected in that year. And so therefore some of the depreciation reserve is used to fund it. Our current policy says that, okay, if, for example, so a few of these years, the depreciation collected is greater than the anticipated renewals. So that credit essentially will go into that reserve and build that reserve up for the future years where there is a blowout. So in 1 year, in 2033, our renewal program is greater than our depreciation for that particular year, but there's a big stormwater project that needs to be done. So essentially, it's using some of the reserves that it's collected over the years and is paying for it in that year.
So I understand that, and I get the accounting side of it, but the actual physical cash side of it. So if you're building up those reserves, we appear to show we're not repaying debt, which would mean those reserves are sitting in an account, an account accruing cash. So what I'm saying is we need a plan where we're actually using reserves to repay debt and then re-borrowing when our capex is more than our depreciation. Because at the moment, it feels like we're the worst of all worlds and not utilising the difference between depreciation and capex to reduce debt.
So that's a decision that council, can make, and then that can be factored into the calculation. So it would just be a change in policy, essentially, to actually reflect that.
So I guess my point, though, is it's really hard to understand that from this report. And, and so we need to make sure that when we are making that decision, it's somehow a lot simpler and clearer exactly what is happening and what decision we're making.
I guess that comes from direction as to where, if that's something that you'd like modelled, then that's what we can do. I don't know,
I'm still kind of thinking it's a little bit chicken and egg stuff, because you've done this high level modelling, but we haven't done the activity management plans, the asset management plans, and so like I kind of feel like it's great to understand the model, but at this point in time, it's not really telling us anything. That's not a criticism of you, but that's because we don't have the information in there that we need.
I think this was just an initial, this is potentially what it could look like. And what this is showing us is actually we probably can live in a rates cap. Now, these numbers will significantly change as we go through this LTP and the decisions we make as to what we end up doing. And I agree with you, you probably will want to smooth it over time. You will have years where you have surpluses, you have years where you have deficits, and it's going to have to be smooth. The whole way of actually working out what assets are attached to debt needs work, and I'm not even sure how you do that, because if you're paying debt, which assets debt are you paying back on? So all that's got to be thought through.
That's where I really struggled at the start, is I had zero context of that starting point of 70,000, because we're just balancing to zero. Like, is that starting point of 70,000 what we're charging for rates without water at this point of time, or it just balances the budget for this year? So what I couldn't understand is what percentage increase do we need to get to the starting line? Or, yeah, no, but so what I'm saying is you've put a figure in here for rates that just balances out to zero. Our current budget does not do that. So what are the rates in our current budget?
This is from the current budget numbers.
But
with
we don't have a
water-
zero
with water
budget at the
stripped
moment.
out. We have vested assets, which we've excluded vested assets in here.
But we didn't come to zero after taking up vested assets, I didn't think.
We had a slight profit in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, but that, oh, yeah, okay. Anyway, I kind of thought it would have been better to start with what we actually got in our budget at the moment, rather than just balancing to zero. And then we could actually see what those percentage increases are.
Won't be significantly, it might be 0.01 or 2%. But yes.
I appreciate that, but who in this room understood any of that? That's my problem. Who, by looking at that report, went, these are what our rate rise is going to be? Because I'm going, we haven't even started on the right figure. Any other questions?
Let's have that debate, because we could have started with the actuals, and the actuals are nothing like the current annual plan, because once you've gone through audit, that will be different. And then, so then I said, well, start with the annual plan, because we know that, and it'll have to be adjusted. So as I really do think this was just trying to demonstrate that the costs and the revenue is looking reasonable, and we've got a bit of work to do to keep it that way. Because every time you put up a activity plan, there are going to be requests for additional CapEx and OPEX, and that's the stuff that we've got to start thinking hard about.
And there'd be suggestions on how we're going to reduce OPEX. Councillor Scott, did you have a question?
I don't know, really. When it came to, I think I've got similar questions, and it sort of is, at what point do we start putting in, instead of coming from an existing cost base, which is sort of what we've done here, and start building the budget from the evidence coming out of the activity reviews? So, like, when do we start that? Because at the moment, it's just flat at 3%.
So that's currently their activity, individual activities are working on that now.
Yeah. So, but so is that over the next?
Yeah, a couple of months, I guess.
Okay. Cool. And then again with fees and charges, so are we going to test those fees and charges by activity against the actual cost recovery and our funding policy, rather than applying the 2.5% that we have across the board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
we sort of talked about that, identifying the size of the expenditure and revenue gap, so I think I won't sort of go there. I think we all agreed how that works. But I do think, and then we've across it assumes what we currently do plus inflation. So, yeah, so I was like, okay, this is
Yeah. So it's still all,
Nothing.
it's all work in progress, but I wouldn't anticipate that it should significantly change. I would be very surprised. You would have to make some major decisions for these numbers to majorly change and have an impact on your bottom line.
remember. Yeah, I did have that question. I'm not answering that again because I had that circled, yes. Okay, because there's a lot of work though to do in those activity management plans. People have to get real about what we're delivering, and that's around level of service. So you sort of say things won't change, but is that the mindset? Because sometimes what we receive is the wish lists versus this is reality going forward.
And that's the kind of things that they will be bringing to council for decisions on.
I mean, I'm not speaking for others, but we always work in isolation of everyone. All of a sudden it spits out something at the end and we go, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how we change that.
As I said earlier, in all my entire career, and you would back this up, Tyler, there's even at the AHB here, you do your bottom-up plan or you start from a point and you give it to the managers, it always comes back with a problem. But we've got some conversations to be had about some things that could change, but they need work. They need a lot of work to even work them up.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Harper, are you? No? You're good? All right, any other questions? Nope. Okay, thank you, Andrea, for that report. I do appreciate it as just a model. I just, got confused with what we were trying to demonstrate here. But it's I see there's still a lot of work to go under the bridge, and we'll keep updating the model, is what I'm hearing, and keep monitoring what's going to come out of it. Thank you. Go back into the agenda, which is, I have too many tabs open. No, not that one, not that one. Oh my God, I can't find it. Here we go. So the recommendation at 6.5 is that the Strategic Planning Committee receive the long-term plan draft financial modelling report. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Scott, thank you very much. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. And against? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Tyler. Very unusual for this committee, but we just need to pass a resolution that we suspend the standing order, does it say, sorry, 4.2, to allow the meeting to continue for more than 2 hours without a break, unless there is anyone that just does want to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so should we have a 5-minute break? So do we need the resolution if we have a 5-minute break?
We need 10 minutes.
Okay, so we need to have 10 minutes, so we don't need to pass the resolution. So we will see everyone back here at 4 minutes past 4. Thank you. Councillor Harper, but we'll just carry on. Thank you, everyone. So we're up to report 6.6, which is the Treasury Management and Rates Policy Review. And Andrew, you're talking to this one since Brendan's away. Stephen just said Brendan's not here, so it'll be short, and I said, but I am. If you would just like to introduce the report. So the purpose of this report is just to facilitate a discussion about the suitability of the current rates policy and the Treasury Management Policy, and identify any potential amendments. So we're not actually reviewing the whole policy, we're just kind of having a look over it and go, hey, we might want to look at this. And I believe, Andrew, you said the Treasury Management Policy was quite, had a detailed review last time, yeah.
Yeah, so as part of the long-term plan, there's a number of policies that are reviewed as part of that process. And last annual plan, the Treasury Management Policy had a makeover, and so not necessarily suggesting any further changes to that. Bancorp have reviewed their section of it. They have asked a question as to whether or not we might like to put a section in there around the breach, if there's going to be any breaches that we know of, and how we might look to report those breaches. So that's something that potentially could be added into the policy. So it's around, let me just have a... The suggestion was breach and exception management. All actual or forecasted breaches of policy limits, lender covenants or regulatory obligations must be promptly notified to the CEO. Where a breach is expected to self-correct within 90 days and is deemed immaterial, the CFO may manage the matter under delegated authority and report it to the next quarterly. In this case, it could be ARC, it could be this committee. And where a breach is material or not expected to self-correct within 90 days, a remediation plan must be prepared, including recommended actions, associated risks and timelines, and approval from, I guess, the council is required. So they've suggested a clause like that to potentially go into the Treasury Management functions as I guess, a safeguard to if there is any issues that come to light.
I think that's a good idea. My only recommendation would be how do we stop going, it's expected to come right in 90 days, and then 2 months later go, it's expected to come right in 90 days. You know, like there needs to be a hard line on when it has to be reported, and we can't just keep falling under that. It's expected to come right within 90 days.
Yep, so if you're happy, we can add that into... and he was suggesting that it could live under 21, so it could become 21.17. Which would essentially then come under the Treasury investments.
Yep, I know that's good. Did you have anything else, or will I go to questions? Or cool. Are you going to be able to answer a question on the rates remission policy as well?
We're currently talking about the Treasury
We're
Management.
just doing the Treasury one at the moment. Sorry,
we'll
the
move
way
to
round in the
rates after
papers.
that. They are around the other way.
Okay,
but-
so let's just focus on the Treasury Management one. Does anyone have any feedback? My first one, which I actually emailed about over the weekend, is we're not really getting the annual report on our investments and how they're performing. I know we get, the CCO reports, but we don't know about the other assets that we hold for investment. And that led me to email I sent you, Stephen, that you may not have seen yet, but I think we need a work plan for this committee so that we're capturing what gets reported when, because there was quite a bit of confusion, wasn't there, Jessica, about VT and the timing of their reporting versus economic updates and things like that. So it'd be quite good if Mr. Dorian, you are able to have a work plan for this report that's, for this committee that's a standing report and have that annual report on it.
Yeah, and so I think that it would be nice to have that before the end of the financial year or just after the financial year. It is something that audit also review, so it would time in quite nicely if it was sort of, that sort of July-ish period. Yeah.
You'll be pleased to know, Andrea, that I finally got my head around the differences between the interest expense and debt servicing, the 20%, the 30% and the 10% that I was struggling with, but I finally got to understand that how it is it's a financial prudence measure and not a legislation. So you'll be pleased to know that. But it doesn't refer to that in this report, and I wonder if it should. I'm not sure. Yeah.
You can look to see where that might fit.
Yeah. That was the one about the annual report, sorry. Oh no, that was again about the work program. There's obviously something there about date that I'm sure you'll pick up. Yeah, yeah. I think that was all I had on that one. Did anyone else have any feedback on the Treasury Management policy? Nope. So let's move to the rates one. Does somebody want to start, or anyone? Councillor Piddington.
Page 123, I'm struggling to come to grips with remission on rates for low-value property to assist a ratepayer who owns more than one property in the district. Well, I would have thought if you owned more than one property, you were fully capable of paying your rates. Or, they were remitting part of the uniform annual general charge. Why would we be doing that for someone who owns more than one property? Maybe the values they've got there, there's no one doing it, but
I wonder if it's related to the UAGC, so they will get a UAGC on that property, and then they've got another property that they're paying a UAGC, and if this property's not worth very much, the rates are extraordinarily high.
But you still own two properties.
You do, but I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrea, here, but I guess there's a potential there that if you've got a property with a capital value of, and let's use these ones here, 55,000, that you're paying a UAGC and the rest of your rates are minimal, and so your percentage of rates to land value is extraordinarily high.
I think
It is talking about
You
low
sound
value.
like someone who owns more than one property.
No, I think some of the live examples are probably where there's been some development and there's still sections unsold and they have actually claimed for that UAGC. I think that is, Michelle, I think you're probably on the right track. Whether it needs to be there or needs to be reviewed, but I've had that asked of me several times over the last few years, and that's, I think, where it's aimed.
I just get a clarification.
I get that, but a developer is doing something for profit. Why should the general ratepayer support someone in that example?
I would like to potentially suggest that if a developer is doing that their properties are probably worth more than a $55,000. This is very low value. It'd be interesting to know how many we've got that fall into that category and if we use it.
I guess that's my point too. Why have we got a policy?
We don't have many. Yeah, so this is the question. These are the kind of things that, to have the discussion, as to, well, okay, well, do we keep it? Do we not keep it? That's the purpose of today, is to review those. There are some that we do have to keep due to the legislation, but there are ones that we decide to do. Yeah.
And to sound really dumb, why is the title capital value?
I had that question too. Why do we assess it on capital value when we rate on land value?
So this particular remission was developed in 2003. So we do not know. So
Yes,
based on like, well, do we still want it or
Yeah.
do we remove
Well, I
it?
guess based on councillor Piddington's challenge, maybe we should find out how many properties there are in this category or how many times we've used the rates remission. If the answer is 0, let's get rid of it. At least make that decision with that information. Yeah. Yep. Cool.
The next one
Yep, go.
is remission of rates for development land. I find this interesting. We don't have a development charge, and suddenly we're giving them a rebate for up to 3 years on their development. So which way do, again, people who are developers are private companies, and we're offering them a discount others are not getting. Again, I don't know how many have applied for it, but if you are a regular and you realise you can get a 3-year rate rebate, I want to know the reason for it and why we're doing it.
Does it, I don't disagree with you, does it cover an individual who's gone and purchased a land and not, a piece of land in a subdivision that has not yet built a house on it, not yet using any of the services, and is it intended to cover those people as well, as opposed to just developers who haven't sold the land yet?
So there's currently 82 properties that have that particular remission. And I think it was brought in around the COVID times when there was not a lot happening in that space. But once again, I think it is one that could be removed should you decide to remove.
Yeah, let's bring back the information
Yep.
again so we can make that decision. That would be
Absolutely.
good. Cool.
Yep.
Any more, councillor Piddington? Anyone else have any feedback on this policy? No, I do, of course, being a policy. I just wondered about this policy. So, given that the Natural Environment Bill talks of regulatory relief for significant impacts on privately owned land that may include rates reduction, are we going to need to reconsider this policy once those bills become acts? I guess is my question. You're probably not a financy kind of person's one to answer, but
We currently have 17 properties that get that particular remission.
but what I'm saying is the
Yeah,
new
oh,
act
yes.
might mean that we've got 70 or
Right, yes.
700. I would not think 700, but so the new act that might be
Yeah.
better, and so we possibly need to wait till those bills are passed and have a think about how we incorporate that into this policy. I did, this is slightly controversial, but is it a legislative requirement that we have to remit school sewage rates? Because I feel like we're subsidising the government, and then what about the schools that aren't on a sewage system that have to pay for their sewage system?
Yes, we do. It's called pan tax.
Other question then to it, how that and some of the other remissions around water charges and that, and how is that going to interact with a new water CCO? So we have a policy around that. Are those same legislative requirements going to transfer onto a water CCO? And then what about the ones that we just do because we do?
Good question.
Yeah, so we need to have a real
Yeah.
think about the ones
Yeah.
that are specific to wastewater and water, and think about, well, obviously they won't sit in this policy.
No.
Because we're not charging them, and then about what needs to be captured,
I guess, yeah.
with the new CCO, yeah.
They'll have to change.
Of course they haven't. I think that may have been, yeah, there's quite a few that relate to water in here.
That's where the water organisation has to have its own policy on charging, and they'll all come out of here.
There's a part in there that I think will need to be reviewed after we have our rates workshop tomorrow, because it talks about the conversation we were having about separate dwellings. And so we will need to look at that as. And in here we've got rates postponement, and I'm pretty sure that when we had the RAS come and speak, that we said that it's never really been used.
So in the last...
do we need to have it in this
And that's the
policy?
question
Yeah.
that we're asking, is it something that you would still like in here? In 5 years, we've had one particular ratepayer application, and as we worked with that particular ratepayer to understand the circumstances, the bank was involved, there was a whole lot of things going on, and in the end, it's not something that we would recommend. And so there was an alternative arrangement made with him and his bank and us to actually work it out. Yeah. So it is a question. We don't have to have it. It's entirely up to you. But it's not, like I say, it's not something that we recommend, because essentially it's just setting them up for fail, because they have to pay $1,000 up front. There's administration fees. Their rates still keep getting added. The only thing that happens is the penalties stop, and and it just is a spiral.
I've kind of two schools of thought on it. One is, if we don't use it, remove it. The other one is, do we need to, see what happens with the rates assistance scheme? Because if there was that rating, the rates assistance scheme, we definitely wouldn't need it, would we?
No.
No. Yep. But then the other part of me goes, is it better to have as a tool in our toolbox? If nobody's using it, what does it matter if it's in the policy?
Oh, no, sorry, mine was another question.
We wouldn't recommend it, and we would try every other avenue to actually...
So let's take it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That would be my suggestion, or
Okay.
our suggestion.
Yep. Councillor Piddington?
We've got a rates remission policy and postponement. Do we have a policy on enforcement for rates? For those that, might owe 3 or 4 years rates? Is there a formal policy, or is it just on the hoof?
Through the Local Government Rating Act, there's an enforcement. Yeah.
It's covered by legislation.
So, yeah,
So it's not...
not a direct
But do we
policy
actively follow it, is what I'm asking.
every year.
Yep. Yep. So essentially, if there's a mortgage on your property, the first place we hit is the bank. If there's no mortgage on the property, we do have a debt collection organisation that will follow that debt through.
Probably something that we need to look at some point is, it's probably not for this committee, but we need a list of all the properties out there that don't pay rates for some reason or other, and why we do that.
We can provide that.
Maybe we should add it to our economic report when we're advocating to the government, because I'm sure there's quite a lot of government-owned land holdings in our district that don't pay rates. Mayor Nigel, do you have any feedback on these two policies?
Thanks, Councillor Pye. No, similar thinking, and I think we just wait and see what happens with the ratepayer assistance scheme relative to postponement, but agree you get rid of it. I'd just take it out altogether. That just makes sense. But otherwise, no, that's all pretty good. But I just think there's some value maybe in, I know we were wanting to give feedback and stuff today, but do we just tie these into a brief workshop so we can work them through and then bring it back rather than this approach? But just my thoughts.
Steph has a view on that. Steph, what are you thinking? So these will come back in September as a workshop? Perfect, okay. Awesome, thanks for that. Any other feedback at this point? If not, we can go to the resolutions.
One that
Oh, yeah,
would,
go for it.
that would infuriate Councillor Jackson if he was here, but point 32, 2 and 3 are the same. So sorry for my detail, but it's a repeat, so, which is on page 119 in my reading, which is annoying. They're just a repeat the degree to which feature of natural, cultural and heritage, historic heritage are present on the land. Oh no, there's economic
Slightly
there.
different,
Oh no,
yeah.
there is too. It's got economic.
Yeah, one's slightly different.
Yeah, slightly.
Good
What's
to
the
see-
difference?
Good to see you read it in detail though, Councillor Scott.
No, I didn't.
No, you did.
Clearly I didn't, because I didn't see the economic bit.
Okay, do you have
They
any
look the
other
same.
questions or feedback? No.
I think I did know we were having a workshop. Sorry, so I sort of skimmed it thinking.
It was only for initial feedback this anyway, it wasn't a detailed, wordsmithing anyway, so it's good. Okay. Let's go to the resolution, what are we up to, 6.6. So the resolution is that we receive verbal updates from officers about the rates policy and the Treasury Management policy reviews and provide feedback, which we have done. So would somebody like to move that? Councillor Wilson, thank you very much. And second, Councillor Scott, if you don't mind. Great. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. Right, now we just need to move into PX. Is that where I'm up to? Jessica, good, great, thank you. Sorry, let me just get that. So, the recommendation is that we exclude the public from the next part of the meeting because some of the discussion is to protect a person's privacy and to enable council to carry out commercial activities. So is somebody okay to move us into PX? Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'm happy to second that. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you.